Peak's Neck indeed, Base for Beans. Thank you for the first. Ah. Well, here we are again. And this is gonna be a big session. Last time, we managed to get the last event that we needed in order to create our perfect Curia. But that's not all we have to do. It would be normally, but I'm going for both a history ending and a Curia ending in two different saves stitched together. I know that that's not how it's supposed to work, but I'm sure that we could fuse two histories together. I know it's probably never been tried before, but I want to give it a shot. So, let's get started, shall we? I am excited. Now, unfortunately, the first thing that we need to do is wait for a little bit. You can get a lot of endings out of this safe house. Are you gonna do all the different archaeologist endings? Do you mean Executioner? I am considering. I'm going to make a specific save. The first pair of endings that we get are going to be the canon ones. If we have time, I can do the other ones as well. I'm going to make what is effectively a primed for ending save before I've made any major commitments. And yeah, why not? There's also a couple other things I'd like to do, including reading the rest of the books just for lore purposes, and getting all of the Numa. Because there's still a couple of Numa books that we still haven't read. Let's see, Coprolink Omphalos we have. Sky and the Scar we've read. 3 and 3 Saint Chiavi. Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic. Those are all explicitly read books. But over in this vault, we have not yet read Towards a Fundamental Aesthetics, second edition, A Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons, or Amirane Spetelli. So I'm going to do that around the same time. Speaking of which, this book is in Erekapian. By the way, is my audio all right? Everything audible and good? Should probably also adjust it a tiny bit lower to avoid that buzzing sound that we ran into last time. I have to adjust my microphone's gain fairly often because sometimes when I stream, I'm using Rabarber's Laughs. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I'm not entirely sure. Thank you and welcome in. I see you're a first-time chat. Welcome in. We are actually finishing up a very long game of Book of Hours here. And yes, all right, excellent. Audio sounds right. I hope you enjoy your stay. Can I just call you Barber? I feel like that would be a little bit easier to remember. Yeah, thematically appropriate too. That is excellent. Right, that one is easily masterable. We were also giving, I believe it was Morgan that we had here. Yeah. Let's also go ahead and read the Grand Passage of the Hours. That one's in Vac. Call me whatever as long as I get it's me, and yes, I might or might not be moth-aspected. That is excellent to see. I am very firmly scale-aspected, as you are probably able to see. Gestures to, the tail. But, honestly, the scale and the moth, as far as I can tell, while moth is what initially changed the Carapace Cross into the humans we know today, it's also the thing that helped us while we were lost in the wood. So, I believe that you and I are in some sense allies. Not to mention that back in Cultist Simulator, it was Moth that allowed us to return to scale. As far as there can be allies among the hours, as we've seen. Fair point, fair point. But yes, Moth is somewhat aligned with my, my goals here, as my goal is to bring back the traveling kinds of the Carapace Cross. And I believe we're very close to that. And we'll read the Burning Woman on Governor Collar's desk for the irony points. Tricky. Burning Woman is going to be harder than usual. Mostly just because 14 metal is actually pretty tricky to get, because I don't think we have... Oh wait, no, Anvarian Lapidary was a better option. Okay, let's see if we can get there with that. Metal, Anvarian Lapidary, that gets us to 11. We would need 14. We can get to 12. But we're definitely going to need a memory. Luckily, we can read the Leonine Tantra right here. And, okay, time of division. That's gonna be Deep Mandaic. Core. Our best heart most likely comes from Quenching's Quellings. And we would need 3 more, which I think is doable now that we can make a Pale Mommet. I feel relatively secure with this setup. Just need to keep an eye on it. Memory, Weather, and Ubisunt. Uh-oh. There's a Foresight memory. I'll put in the high traditions of the noble endeavor here, just to... Actually, I should use one that... I'll use sharps for this one. I just hope memory isn't the first one. Weather is the first one. I think we're good. Who will see the second dawn? Which gives us a memory of sound, which is just barely enough to push us over the edge for the time of division. I think we're golden. All right. The time of division, in which Amirazada prophesies the events later known as the Intercalate, when the hour called Sun and Splendor will be divided. The sun will be divided that it might not sire children. Still its children shall be 4 in number, and its children shall be 7 in number, and its children shall also be numberless. The numberless shall open the way for the 7, and the 7 shall consume the 4. Amira prophesies 4 great wars before the second dawn, when the sun and splendor shall rise again. She cautions, "Sunrise is blood, and I foretell now that the sun shall rise from blood, yet not the color of the blood nor the hour of night." She includes a rite that she speculates will be necessary for the second dawn. This is from Cultist Simulator, but I think it's interesting how the idea of the sunrise is blood, and the sun will rise from blood, feeds into this idea that we've been getting of the low red sun being fed our blood. I've theorized separately that the low red sun references sunsets, but also that it references fire. And our early experiences with such fire. And I wonder what this all has to do with it. Maybe both things are true. Because there does seem to be a sunrise and sunset vibe to all of this. It's a nuke in the second dawn, as far as we know. Really? Okay. Huh. There's a lot going on here. Well, this is a pattern book. Where the heck did we put the additional patterns? I remember we had a place for them, but... Oh, here it is. I'm gonna move some of these chronsichords. We interact with nukes very similarly to the way we act with fire and nuclear energy in general. That makes sense, yeah. Blue gold in the Forge major ending is a radioactive isotope. I'm aware of that part, but I don't know if that refers... Since that's the Forge ending, I don't know how related that is to the stuff about the Second Dawn. mean, I'm sure it could be, but I'm not 100% on that. The Limian Burzgash is gazetteer of the patterns and rhymes of the hour's progress through the Mansus, from concursum to Maliary, Maliary to wood. Each century in the Mansus is a great feasting hall. In each 99th year, the hall falls silent, the Elegius sits alone at the feast. There are paths in the Mansus that only the sun has walked. In the time of the sun's division, who will know them? When the second dawn comes, who will walk them? Interesting. Another pattern book. The mystic Garcia Sauri gives a picaresque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, Prince of Wines, and Ava de Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. For a long, long time, the Blackbone pondered her next move until the moon dared to peep from behind a cloud, and the prince completed the composition of his third sestina. But the lady met the blind gaze of its open pores, waiting for the tide. Okay, the Blackbone. I know I've heard that before. Garcia Sauri acknowledges in an epilogue that it is widely known that Ava in fact tragically drowned herself and her twin infant granddaughters without ever making such a journey. But he adds contemptuously, it is also widely known that the city unbuilt will so remain, that only one history is ever written, and that Janus is a Mansus prank. Yeah, no, I'm beginning to think more and more that Ava is in Ys. Like, yeah, she drowned, but that doesn't mean she's necessarily dead. Ys is behind the wave, after all. And it seems to be heavily related to everything to do with the line of Rowena. Blackbone is a great spine at the bottom of the ocean. Its breaking is tidal waves and earthquakes. Ah, right. I remember that. There was it's one of those lesser-known hours. And we know that the moon probably refers to the Menace Gate. So what is a sestina? I need to look that one up. A highly structured 39-line poem consisting of 6 stanzas of 6 lines each, followed by a 3-line closing stanza. Okay, it's a poetic form. Got it. Death is only a mild annoyance for occultists. It's a salt book. That makes intuitive sense. We are straight up out of room for salt books. Shit. Alright. Let's do a bit of reorganization here. Is this the same playthrough? I thought you were wrapping this up. Copper, I literally just started. Give me a break. We are wrapping it up this session, but also the session started 27 minutes ago, and I am trying to read the rest of the books. Last stream was... Okay, I see. There was a misunderstanding then. When I rated you last time, I said that we were finishing Book of Hours next time. Basically, we're in a position where I'm pretty darn sure... Oh, also, hi Evangeline! But yeah, I ended last stream in a position where this stream would be the big finale. So what am I doing next? Well, oh, hold on. I need to get watered and stretched. Thank you, Evangeline. Stretch, long snake. So, the plan is, at the moment, all we are waiting for is that the affair of the Dappled Rose needs to get grabbed by the finishing incidents thing. This has a chance of happening every time the season rolls over, so at most we're looking at 3 seasons until we can end the game. I'm mostly just trying to keep myself busy over these 3 seasons by doing stuff like doing a bunch of reading on specific days. Once that happens, we'll be able to do the final... Oh, I have! That's the thing. I literally have discussed it with everyone, but only one incident can be completed each season. And the goal is to get the Dappled Rose into a completed state so that I can speak with Dr. Peel about it. Once I do that, I'll be able to put Dr. Peel on the Curia. Now, as soon as that happens, I'm going to save the game, and then what we're going to do is we're going to start by doing a history ending, and then we're going to do a Curia ending, and those 2 endings fused together are going to be our ultimate ending. Oh, hold on a moment. sorry. Um, my, I muted my mic to dash. Apologies, there was some confusion with my food order. I'm going to have to go in another 10 minutes as well to get the rest of it, but I should see it coming this time. It was just very, very fast, faster than I had expected. But yes, sorry, where was I? The plan was to make a save. And then do one history ending and one Curia ending. Then those two together will be the canon ending. And then if we have time afterwards, we'll also do a bit of a checking out the other possible executioner endings as well. And until then, I'm just keeping myself busy. Because really the only thing to do is kill time. Right. Towards a Fundamental Aesthetics 2nd edition. Or The Refinements of Light. Julian Cosley had never wanted or expected to write a 2nd edition of his masterwork. And this is a Newman book. Julian Cosley long regarded Solomon Husher as a charlatan, but his friend Nina Lagasse painted 3 paintings before her death in 1895, and these paintings apparently convinced Cosley to change his mind. With considerable irritation, he revised his magnum opus. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal. Cosley had always championed history rather than eternity, the exceptions, limitations, contradictions of freedom. But Husher's and Lagasse's work convinced him to believe in the paradox of the eternal ending, a means in which perfection might be reconciled with freedom. He's not happy about it. This is perhaps the angriest book ever written in support of a peaceful philosophy of acceptance, but Cosley was always scrupulous about his conclusions. A final understanding. Eternity and history cannot be reconciled. Freedom cannot be perfection, not unless we understand the paradox of the eternal ending. And only in certain histories is that paradox possible. That is Rose, Sky, Winter. I don't need the K. I've been writing Sky as just S this whole time. And there we go. So that one's done. In the most notorious translation of the Leonine Tantra, Ashley Phillips is listed as the translator, but their existence is explicitly denied in the prologue. This confusion is characteristic of books which mention the Great Hooded Princes. The Tantra describes, elliptically, the Great Hooded Princes and the multitudinous ways in which they influenced wars against foreign invaders of the land of the Great River, although, in a sense, they were also invaders. Lions can be created, not as children are created, not as words are created, but as weapons are created. The great hooded princes learned to create lions from their spyings on the affairs of the hours, and not all lions now serve the Golden General. And that's a fear book. I'm gonna do something a little bit notable here. Put the Journal of Thomas de Wolfe and the Cucurbit Prisoner Records, 1928, both there. And here we have A Pale Lady and a Prince of Wines, To a Pale Lady, The Crossing to Noon, The Deaths of the Moon, The Larkabine Codex, and The Sea Does Not Regret. Notably, these 4 books together are basically all about Franklin Bancroft and Ava de Wolfe. Or at least these 3. Sorry, I forgot that Sea Does Not Regret. I don't remember if that has all that much to do with Ava. So the Hooded Princes have the library called the Tomb of Lies. It's supposed to be in India, but it's not on the world map. Interesting. The Dark Gentleman is the only and rather grandiosely identified author of this often copied work. Some pleasures, the formulae voluptuous attest, are so intense they can corrupt the laws of the physical world. This text catalogues some of those instances. Tomb of Lies is where truth lives. Birth occurs at the conjunction of pleasure and torment, so the first forbidden acts of the Forge birthed sparks of delight, which took root in the glory or in nowhere, who can say? So, the seeds of the flower maker were planted, though for long years he was nothing but an unfulfilled ache. I see, so the Forge's passion ends up taking root somewhere, and that creates the flower maker. This is a satisfaction book. Which does mean that this goes with the second set of cookbooks. Alrighty. I think that's all the books that we were reading, yeah. Let's see if there's anything I can do with this massive amount of lessons that we just got. That should be good. And that'll upgrade Horns and Ivories to level 7. Also, we now have what we need to read The Burning Woman. As long as we add some spanners, We should be able to get this one. We have a couple of low-level winter things, which we could use with Ragged Crossroads, Sights and Sensations, and a Final Understanding, as long as we can get one more winter, which should be easy enough to do just by grabbing some phosphorescent scrapings and tossing them in the ocean. Oh, Rhyme and Remembrance, actually. A Final Understanding. Ragged Crossroads. Sights and Sensations. Loss. And one instance of Sea Stories should do it. That one, and once again, if I'm right, all I really need is Derashio Perco. A blandly positive work on the Endeavor Club, published by the Endeavor Club. The club was founded in 1862, but claims to draw from much older traditions. Club members are assigned names out of novel myth: Joffrey, Roland, and unexpectedly, Bredbadel. They claim to be heirs to the Leashed Flame, which gave the island of Britain such appalling power in some histories. Their endeavor itself is a purifying fire which makes its fuel something more than human. This transformation, however, is no longer encouraged by the club, and perhaps, the work is coy on this, no longer permitted. It's a foresight book with Disciplines of the Hammer. Oh god, where are we putting more foresight now? Because we have so many places that it needs to overflow in. Right here. Hey, Blue Crown. Earth sign. And now we can... Uh-oh. Shoot. You know what? Fuck it. I'm probably not going to actually use this last avenue of inquiry for anything because I got everything I needed, so... Fuck it. We use it to boost a skill. Hi, Blippi. Got some more Solomon's preparation. A transcription of the play by Menander the Victor, possibly the dramatist of that name, into Phrygian with commentaries. The play describes a pilgrimage of smiths and adepts following the trail of the Burning Woman, who has appeared in all their dreams and given each a wound and a word. The smiths and adepts give up on finding the Burning Woman and resolve to build their own kingdom, where our strength will be sufficient to shatter the world. Oh. Right. It's another foresight. That's about what I expected. All right. One of our last two Newman books. Oh, hold on. Lillian has watered and stretched me again. I just got watered and stretched. Ah! Thank you, Lillian. Long snake. Slinky snake, yes. Right. Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons. There we go. 18 moon is a challenge. The most moon that we can reasonably get out of just a skill. It looks like our highest one is 9. Which means we need 9 from other things too. That reminds me, actually. Let me check something. As the sun is course is at least easy. We can just use the caller's desk for that. And we just never got around to reading the Silver Book, so let's do that too. We want Fusine. Alright, now we've got Foresight Memory. And we can read the Book of Dissolution. Once upon a time, a very bad man encoded very bad secrets into the charming illustrations of a book of charming stories. Wake the pictures, and you will see. Lord Jacob Gristwood, surgeon, ethnologist, philanthropist. There is no proof that he ever kept children in hutches beneath his bed. There is no proof he vivisected cats at dinner with his penknife. The Suppression Bureau keeps its secrets. Oh, hold on. Just a moment. Someone I need to ban. There we go. Here is your paint, whispered the wolf to the pale girl. Here is your knife for scraping. And here is your face. Merciless Alteration. Edge, Forge, Grail. The fundamental flaw, the irresistible shortcut, the hate that heats, the change that mars, the scar that opens. These are the foulest histories. We also have one more casket to open, so let's just do that. A morbid casket. A treasure bequeathed by a death-haunted merchant prince in his last days. What midnight gift. A manual of the Ordo Limiae, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia, in the Roman province of Hispana Galicia. This manual was compiled by one Burzgash, who explains that he came to join the Ordo from the city of Messenger Eagles after he abandoned the service of the Ivory Dove. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the silver chain, that forbade men to lie with women or women with men, for what may come is not always the crime of the sky, yet that is a furious danger. It was apparently permissible for men to lie with men and women with women. In fact, Burzgash suggests that should be encouraged, to distract from other temptations. Ah yes, this is the secret occult sect where you are encouraged to be gay. The manual prescribes potential countermeasures to protect those who might be tempted to go against the oath. Masks, disfigurement, severe poetic disciplines. Those who do break it are to be punished with death, although there are lesser punishments prescribed for various acts that don't involve actual coitus. Death is to be administered with the Glassfinger toxin, which can be created with the assistance of the techniques described earlier in the manual, and with sufficient knock aspect. Edicts Liminal. And it's an impulse book. Oh, there's my food. Be right back. and there should be no more interruptions. Assuming that I did remember to lock the front door. Hold on. This will bug me if I don't check. Yep, we're fine. Okay. As the sun his course. Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometime toll-keeper, wrote this epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the Achaemenids and his subsequent return to Macedonia. Alexander meets at Issus with Darius, King of Kings, for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, the two men trade threats. On the second, promises. On the third, secrets. Darius tells Alexander something so shattering that he retires to his tent to consider matters of strength and matters of mastery. At dawn on the 4th day, Alexander announces, "The sun has his course upon which he returns, and so do I." He returns to Macedonia, executing 2 of his captains when they dispute his decision. He brings with him the names of a blind god and a rite of sacred betrayal, for, Joel opines, without betrayal there would be an end to war. It's a contradiction book with sickle and eclipse. Alright, we actually do need to make a new shelf for contradiction. And I'm guessing that this is another contradiction book, although I will check that. Yep, it's a contradiction. Okay. Black Sapphire Wash was the midnight gift. Got Torg's Cleansing. An upgraded Tryst now. Birdsong. What we were, what we will be. Alexander Probst recovered a copy of this work from a mountain temple in Persia. Other copies surface now and then, usually seared on rock. The book consists mostly of prayers to the unburnt god, the Forge of Days which consumes and transforms. It suggests the Forge's power arises partly from its nature and partly from its tools. The book describes an earlier House of the Sun, whose doors and ways were different. It praises the Forge of Days for opening the ways into the house, and for transforming that which was to that which is, despite the screams of stone. Foresight and more transformations liberations. Okay. So, in terms of edge stuff. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 available. Which means, effectively... But we could use Merciless... Yeah, actually, I'm going to stick to my guns and go with Menascape Reflections, using Torg's Cleansing, Contradiction, Sharps, Edict's Martial, and Disciplines of the Hammer, along with Metal. And then we'll use Merciless Alteration, as well as this Foresight, and the Transformations and Liberations. 5, 6. All on Bells and Brasseries, with Sunny as well. Going to be 11, and we would need 7 more. Hey there, little guy. All right. Oh, right. Don't even need that, salt that I just started up. It's a cloudy day. So with Edict's Marshal and just a regular Tryst, we can get a Wormwood Dream, which is exactly what we need. Oh, new book. Stolen Histories. The agitator and pamphleteer Alexander Sparrow inveighs against the monstrous serpents, thieves of history. Ah, Sparrow. Sparrow getting sneckmogged in the British political scene. Yeah! It's not your fault, but I hate that I know what that means now. I hate that I actually had to learn what mogging is because we live in hell. Okay. We need something that has at least one moon. We could use Azumel. I'd prefer to use Catwink if it's available, but I don't know if I have any more. There's Perhibiet. Are there any moon tools? I forget. Doesn't look like it. Well, I do have a salt memory if I need it. Oh, wait, duh, there's the lunar globe. I completely forgot about the lunar globe. We're good. And finally, Amiranis Betelli. Except I can't because I'm already using Fusign to read something else. God damn it. Okay. There we go. Enchiridion Triangularis should be the last one that we have. 9 Moon. Off of possibly Oronoscopy. Plus 1 Moon. Then we need 4 more. Oriflammes, thanks you for your custom. Excellent. Stolen Histories. Now, this one is just basically effortless. Like, it's Coil and Chasm. The Voyages of Fernintian of Oriel. The impossible travels of a sea captain of the late Phoenician era. Suppressed throughout recorded history, those who read it were said to disappear. Honestly, very appropriate considering Sunless Sea is next. Fernintian clearly visited the Mansus, sailing the length of the Painted River. He also claims to have traversed a sea of finest sand, to have dared the blazing waves of the sun's surface, and to have descended to an underworld ocean lit by lamps of black nephrite. We intend to disappear. Yeah. Fernintian's final voyage is to retirement on a peaceful island across an evening sea, where he identifies a spring whose waters will keep him safe. I will be forgotten, he declares, and this work my only trace. Ah, I see. That's a salt book with sea stories. Amiranis Betelli. Actually, I'll save that one for tomorrow. It's probably more important to use these today. Sickle and Eclipse. Commandments for the preservation of all that exists. Black Ellie, Damascene matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Knot, was imprisoned by the Emperor Didius Julianus. She reportedly instructed that these secret doctrines be recorded in writing to preserve against their loss. Regrettably, the story goes, Didius Julianus ordered that the work be entombed with her in an unmarked sepulchre. Ellie describes powerful protective incantations to be used in a variety of circumstances. It is essential that these protections be completed every 4th year to defend against the entry of the worms and against the avidity of the wave and the wound. In the current history, at least, there is no indication that these protections have been performed regularly for at least the last 1,000 years. Oof. Stitching and binding, and it's a satisfaction book. Oh no. I forgot that those are stacked. Let's brew some tea. Heh. I might be able to... No, not quite. I'll have to wait for tomorrow. Got some more Lapsang Souchong. Ah, Fear Book. Sparrow acknowledges 5 histories, insists the 3rd history may be overrun by coils, warns the 5th history is already lost. Sparrow, with his usual paranoia, appears to be conflating the horror of the Worm Wars and the Great Writhing with the activities of the Great Hooded Princes. Still, he draws thought-provoking comparisons between the princes, normally conceived as exotic Knocklong, and the widely feared worms. Interesting. He's still probably an idiot, but... A fragment of iron alloy meteorite, carefully inscribed and polished. Who gave us fire? Who gave us steel? What is the sound of dusk? Of what alloy is wind forged? Esoteric secrets of metallurgy and resonance are revealed, including directions towards the creation of a terrible bell. The Bells of Ys. Ys, by her arts, found the strike tone that shakes the hours. For this reason, among many, the hours discourage traffic with Ys. But a bell cast with this secret could speak the Ys note. Interesting, okay. And that, I believe, is our final Newman for the entire game. Edge, Forge, Rose. Brutal understanding, Sneck. To quote, and I'm not shitting you, Riverdale, bro, I know all the secrets of this world. Hmm. Oh. Let's see. For Enchiridion Tragularis, if I use upgraded Trist, we would only need 3 more. It should be enough to just, thought you were gonna say updog instead of upgraded. Ah yes, my updog Trist. There's that upgraded. And we should be now able to read. None of the Ligma Updog jokes work because I reference weird stuff all the time and folks around me just kind of roll with it. I'm sorry. The Trigulari, dartsmen, were employed by the Duties in their various incarnations to hunt down inhuman troublemakers. They developed poisons that even the immortals called Long could not withstand. Immunity to their own poisons was a constant concern for the Trigulari, and they constantly dosed themselves with substances that might build up immunity. Parenculate, the notoriously toxic unsanctioned ink, can be used as a base for one of these, serpent milk, with sufficient scale and with arts of serpents and venoms. Ah, this is how you're supposed to learn that one. Intuition, and it's serpents and venoms. And there we go. As of right now, as far as I'm aware, I have read every single book in this entire place. Now, of course, this doesn't mean I've read every single book there is to exist. There are also 5 uncategorized books left over that are in a quantum state of suspension for when Oriflammes runs out of books. But, in terms of books that actually I can read at the moment, we got all of them, and they are all sorted. I almost said nicely sorted, but I'm not entirely sure that's true. Our sorting method is, bizarre. I don't know how long it would take you to empty Oriflammes. That might be something I work on in the background, in some way. But broadly speaking, it's not a priority. Alrighty. At this point, we have very few skills left below level 7. The only ones that are non-languages are Edicts Liminal, Putrefactions and Calculations, Sights and Sensations, Sky Stories, Solutions and Separations, Stitching and Binding, and Watchman's Paradoxes. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with the skill spread. I feel like I know a lot of things. I don't know everything to its highest extent, but I have quite a bit of knowledge of many, many things. I feel like the librarian of Hush House is someone that you can trust to know their stuff. Well, let's just finish out the season. Wow. Well, it's ad time, I guess. Thank you, Blippi. Let's see. The default was, as I recall... Right, default is 30 seconds. Alright, see you after 30. And ad time is finished. Thank you once again, Blippi. Right. And we are almost finished with summer. If anything, I just sort of want the... bells and braziers to be upgraded. Looks like Friar's Tapestry was next. Unfortunate. Ah, Hokebald. Actually, hold on a second. Unfortunately, it looks like we can't throw Hokebald into any of the open things that we've got. That's Apollo and Marsyas, Invisible Opera, Oriflamme Heist is done. Royal Endeavor is done. There's a couple more that we haven't even started yet. The remainders, Threshold Revolution and Unfinished Lark that Hokebald could be useful for. But, as it stands, we're just going to toss him into a general consultation. Here's Matthias and the Amethyst Imago. And there we are. We've used all of our memories to make our skills better. And, well, I suppose that we can probably, it'll probably, I'm conflicted on whether to keep doing salons. It'll probably make things go longer, but then again, we're only about hour 50 in, but we'll do small salons. How about that? And I'm also going to keep the clock running as often as I can. Though maybe not at full blast all the time. So, For the next salon. It's autumn. I'm thinking afternoon tea up in here. And why don't we bring... Well, let's see what we can make first. No alcoholic beverages. Let's see if we can just serve all of this Lapsang Souchong to the same people, basically. I think it's very possible. If we brought Dr. Blackwood, Madame Bechet, and then either Connie or Morgan. Yeah, that would work. Let's see here. Mackerel Kejiri. Almonds. More dough because we'll need it. Meanwhile, let's make the invitations. Right. dough plus pilchards equals starry gazy pie. Oh, right, I need spicing. Oh, God, it's a wormy pumpkin. No. Ick. Okay, we straight up can't use this. Well, let's give this another shot. We're just gonna toss this in the ocean. Ah, an amber pumpkin. That's actually more what I wanted. I'm sorry, I already tossed it. Apparently, it gives you regret. I'm sorry. Oh, smiley face? Is everything okay now? I'm going to try to see if I can get another wormy pumpkin. Today's book is The Black Book of Brittany. And Denzel gave us potatoes. Actually, yeah, you know what? I don't need the almonds for this one. Because I've got the amber pumpkin pie. Alright, 11sies. An Arab. To spice. Oh, hey, a wormy pumpkin! We caught it immediately. Alrighty. Let's eat the wormy pumpkin. Are you ready, Base? Morgan repeats half-remembered fragments of Ramzan that the wind brought her when she was sailing. Olympe translates them for her. Core card for Gaiety. Revolting. Olimpe chats to Denzel about village life. It is mostly Olimpe who does the chatting. Morgan disdains Denzel. He, in his turn, keeps a respectful distance and can be observed to scratch a sun cross covertly into the table when she's not looking. Oh, they do not like each other, holy shit. Olimpe asks frankly if Morgan wished to become Alakite, and if not, whether there are any steps she might have taken to avoid conception. Morgan shivers with amusement. Is it only amusement? And observes that Olimpe never did understand the Grail, that it's no wonder Olimpe chose another path. Grail ain't exactly a choice, and if it is, consider Moth. There's the Black Book of Brittany. We can get that one right away. If it's a calling, consider Forge. Mm-hmm. Pumpkin. Mash it, eat it, hide forbidden documents in it. Is that a well-known trick? Oh, that's just a consume. Oh well. Why am I the stupidest person in the world? I guess we're making Westcott's compounds out of a pumpkin and dough, idiot. Sorry. This is apparently a bittersweet certainty book. A volume of ink lore gifted to St. Brandon's by Brian of Brittany, who was made Earl of Cornwall after the Norman conquest. The black flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree run deep, and they may not be hidden forever. The black flower, spoken of as a doom or gas, can be held at bay with the last ink of power, brewed from the pale mixture in the presence of sufficient winter with the arts of containment. Do we have a shelf for bittersweet certainty? Oh wait, also, we still have this book to deal with. I completely forgot about this book. It has just been contaminated with witchworms this entire time. Hold on. I know there was at least one other bittersweet certainty book. Ah, here it is. Alright, we've got our Wormwood Dream. And this should allow us to quell witchworm contamination. finally, the Carbonex Schism is available for reading. Probably should have done this much earlier, but oh well. Let's go ahead and give it a look-see. I actually don't even need a skill. The language is enough. The Order of Obliviates, on the brink of schism, assembles in a Bounds house identified only as Carbonek, after the Fisher King's castle of legend. There the know and the long of the Order debate their long policy of non-involvement in matters of feather and scale. Oh, I'm being watered and stretched again. Thank you, Lilin. And stretch. Long snake. One of their number, the one recording their debates, describes how in desperation he has found some kind of solution in a volume of transcendent heresy, but dares not pursue it alone. He convinces a handful of other Obliviates to depart Carbonek with him, while the others cross the sea to Port Noon. In the last few pages, the author reveals himself as the no-adept Ambrose Westcott, writing in an uncharacteristically serious mode. He informs any who should find this work that he has returned the book he spoke of to Abbot Geoffrey's Secret, where it can be retrieved with certain invocations of the Sacra Limiae. He hopes that one who has read this far and understood this much will find a history to determine. Okay. Oh, this is huge. So... the one recording the debates. Okay. So... Ambrose Westcott was a heretical Obliviate who left the Order, along with some others, to... oh my god, the Curia of the Isle, the entire concept of Hush House and the Librarians, came out of the Order of Obliviates. Which is why... the Silver Vault. I'm guessing, honestly, that the Curia of the Isle was a combination of outcasts from the Obliviates, the Ordo Limiae, and the House of Lethe, all together. So the Obliviates were split into the Sisterhood and Brotherhood. That makes sense to me. Although, wait, no, wouldn't this be after... wouldn't this be long after the Triple Knot stuff, or... I might be thinking of the wrong Sisterhood and Brotherhood. Sisterhood to me means the Triple Knot. Oh, I see what you mean, though. Because the Obliviates were the ones that were directly, like, separated between genders to prevent this crime of the sky. Sisterhood is old, but not that old. They were here just before the Abbey. They span a long time. I mean, they're pretty old, right? Like, when you go over the various buildings of the Sisterhood, it mentions Dawn Period, and that's 599 AD. Yeah, it says 599 AD is the date of the first foundation here, sometimes called the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes the Abbey of the White Crow, but the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot first built their temples here much earlier than that. So, the Triple Knot's first. The Triple Knot comes before the monastery. It's the absolute first thing that happens, and that is pre-599 AD. Then the monastery is the Abbey, and that would be the Solar Gothic period. And that's when, well, actually, wait, no, that doesn't line up, because 599 AD isn't the 11th century. There's about a 400-year gap here. Their origin is old. Their last sighting was at the Sweet Bones. Yeah, there's a 400-year gap between the Dawn period and the Solar Gothic. I think that 400-year period is where we have the Abbey of the Black Dove / the Abbey of the White Crow. Then, at a certain point, Black Dove, White Crow gets taken over by St. Brandon's. And that's the monastery. Then, in 1534, the monastery is exiled, and King Henry grants the isle to the De Wolf family for their work in the Bounds. Then the De Wolfs have the place for a while. And then that's when we get Ambrose Westcott as the first librarian, and that's the beginning of the Curia period. Black Dove's kicked Abbot Thomas's ass, yeah. The Curia period is 18th century, which does line up to, yeah, that's when that's after Ava de Wolf's death, supposedly, and that's right around when Ambrose Westcott takes over. Ambrose Westcott, who we now know was an Obliviate. And apparently he was in some way working with Abbot Geoffrey, which makes sense. Considering what Westcott says here, I think that the library is actually a long-running attempt to create a new history. But I don't think anyone, not even Westcott, really knew what history they wanted to create. And it doesn't seem like any of the librarians before us have directly created a history. That is fascinating. I did not realize that Westcott was an Obliviate. And this is a hindsight book. Oh? Live action One Piece is doing some deep cuts. Tell me about it, Bippy. The Tulip Pirates are mentioned. Oh, yeah, that's obscure. Huh. Right, yeah, that's what I thought. They're the weirdos from Django's cover story. Good God. Thank you for the lurky. I am having fun. Don't worry. This is great. Got a 50% chance at this point of it being Dappled Rose. Cities in the desert seem to be in more histories. Maybe cities on the water are the same way. Yeah, that makes sense. There's East, there's Kerisham. I know that, England's a major focal point, and, I mean, the British Isles are an island. Then again, to be fair, cities along water are just a really, really common thing in real life as well. Tends to be that when people are settling areas that become cities later, they tend to settle where there's water. Humans are just funny like that. Well, they're gonna make us wait the full amount of time for it because Sandalwood Saint is this season. Alrighty. So that's a pumpkin pie. Magnificent roast potatoes. Let's actually go for the almonds this time. will partially invite whoever's coming along here. Senor Corso. I know you like Grail. Didn't really get a chance to have Serena say anything last time, so let's invite her again. And we just need one more person. Peter Agdistis. I haven't invited him anywhere in a while. Alright. And now, we need drinks that are non-alcoholic and cover Grail. Forge, which, that one's easy enough. We can give Serena Blackwood the Dawn Lion coffee that we've been saving. Corso's Grail, Agdistis' Heart, and the Keels will drink anything. TRN limited drinking cocoa should do the trick. Right, I should be keeping going. I'm just gonna make some second flush. Right, 11 Z's. Here we go. Arab card to spice up the conversation. Serena and Aegisthus discuss the rights of the Damascene branch of the House of Lethe. She wonders, she is tactful, but the implication is clear, whether Aegisthus participated in any similar rites to preserve his wonderful voice. He says that he did not, and he is smiling, but it is a smiling mask. Metal? Mrs. Keel and Aegisthus greet each other warmly. It seems they knew each other in Paris in the days before they married. She asks about his dance school. Arab. Aegisthus and Serena discuss a masked play, a sort of degenerate Suffolk hybrid that he saw in Alexandria some years ago. They would only perform it, he says, in the hours before dawn. Serena nods. I think that was wise. Lots of Thunderskin devotees don't have those. It's fine, and you can sing well. Aegisthus and Corso chat about solar doctrine. Both of them, it seems, were raised in the sun. Both of them admit to an absurd degree of guilt about their absence from church on the sun's day. Lots of... yeah. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, or not quite. Alrighty. And that's pretty much everything we can do before... well, aside from wait for a book to come out. That's almost everything we can do before we actually finish the game. My luck has been awful with the event grabbing. Yeah, I got the worst possible situation. I'll prep the invitation to Peel in advance. Did we somehow miss the Oriflamme book? Oh well. Either way, we're almost there. mess it up. One more day before we actually need Peel here, but this will be important. Where does he want to sleep? Peel doesn't seem to want to sleep anywhere. I guess maybe it's one of those things where it would be unkind of me to accept. Oh, no, he will sleep up here. Wonderful. Here's our yearly stipend. And we have officially ended the affair of the Dappled Rose. Okay. What was the meaning of the black and white flower that grew in the deep desert? What do you think, Dr. Peel? Aaron spoke of a coming time when flowers find moths and not the other way round. Is he ready to make any more sense? You are thinking, librarian, is he ready to make any more sense? A little unkind of you, but we cannot be held responsible for our thoughts, can we? They flutter here and yon like moths under the sun. Like the Glätterflosch kind, in fact, beneath the desert sun. Yes, they have come to Maya. I think the vagabond has brought them to her garden. I think she's doing something rather wonderful. The vagabond, along with 2 other Hours, proposes to challenge Calyptra with a flower that is neither black nor white. To that end, she has called on an old alliance with the Carapace Cross. Dappled roses are a weapon against Calyptra, a weapon made for the vagabond and her allies among the Hours. Now the vagabond is calling on old alliances to strengthen her hand. Arun is clearly enjoying the excitement. No, no, no. Where, librarian, is the yes, yes, yes? Alrighty. We want something on Maya, I think. Well, will the Book of Maya work? Yes, it will! I will show the cross the deep springs of Maya, metaphorically, and perhaps practically. The vagabond will be pleased, Calyptra will be inconvenienced, and I will enjoy the desert air. Datrosa mela apibus. The vagabond, along with 2 other hours, proposes to challenge Calyptra with a flower that is neither black nor white. She has called on an old alliance. Perhaps the Carapace Cross will tend a garden of those flowers in the fallen city of Maya. Yes, yes, it's all coming together. Let's put Dr. Peel back in the bed. Right. So, first things first. Let's see here. So, what we want is to somehow put together 25 Sky, I believe it is, to get the specific executioner ending that I'm looking for. Right. But there is a trick that we want to do first, if I'm remembering correctly, which is Let's see. We're actually going to start off with a different Newman than the one we're planning. And we should have just enough. Oh, right, I need the right ink. Make a determination. Speech, the key. Language is the key. It was language that opened the doors of the Mansus. Without language, we could have had no peace. Without language, we would still be beasts, worms, mud. Adds rose and sky to your journal, replaces any other speech determination. I am the librarian of Hush House, and I have made my determination. We get a little bit of sky. Okay. We now have 2 sky right on the Horn Journal itself. So now we should only need 23 sky to get to the end. That was the rose determination, yes. There is another sky determination, but it's a little bit... I'm not sure I want to use it, is the thing. Because the other sky determination is the nowhere origin. And that's not what I believe. I'm a proponent of the carapace origin, so I'm going to see if I can manage it without the nowhere origin. So, sky. The strongest skill I have in sky is Anburian Lapidary or Anoscopy. Either one works. So that's 10. Obviously, the Newman will bring it up to 17. The book itself makes it 19, which means that between the ink and the... Yeah, between the ink and the... whatchamacallit... element that I use. Yeah, this is doable. I'm pretty sure this is doable. Okay. Newman is 5 of each, but the inks are 7 of each. So if I use Uzalt, I think we can do this. Okay. What we want is back into balance. Though before that, give me a moment here. Shell origin. The Carapace Cross are a hybrid race, and once we were the Carapace Cross. From the Seglas kind, we inherited what we now call language. We long for what we were, and history, too, is hybrid. I am the librarian of Hush House, and I have made my determination. Finally, one more determination. Well, actually, 2 more. At the very least, one I definitely want to make. For the record, I won't... If we're checking out the other possibilities, I won't go quite to this ridiculous extent. I'm just, you know... It's my duty as the librarian to clear up some of these things. And determine what is. Yay, I'm glad you like it. Okay. We'll need the serpent root for this one. Oh, wait, no, that's not my journal. Oh, wait, this will have to be in a different, There we go. Now I need an ink that has at least 2 moth. Moth ink, moth ink, moth ink. Oh. It looks like there actually isn't an ink that has Moth 2 aside from Uzult. That said, I do have multiple bottles of Uzult. Make a determination. Moth, oldest. The moth beats within the skull, seeks among the trees of the wood, is dappled. The moth, who delights in contradiction, is the oldest hour that remains. Any that seem older, the moth once was, when once it was. And for the final determination, we need to know the first flower of Calyptra. And I think I have my answer. Unfortunately, first flower gold isn't an option. That would be first flower white, but I say first flower black. The velvet. For in order for a covenant to forbid knowledge, there must first be secrets. The velvet was the first. Which means... Okay. Velvet probably hates the beach crow. Yeah. And I know exactly what to use to prove my point about secrets and conspiracies. Oh, hey, on what is contained by silver. I am the librarian of Hush House, and I have made my determination. We have the Great Counterfeit. Black, the first flower. The Watchman's Tree is the covenant that forbids knowledge to mortals, but permits it in the covenant houses of the tree, like Brankrog Isle. The black flower of Calyptra, the Knight Unwounded, was its first defense. Forbidden knowledge must not be spoken, must not be written, must not be known. The tree is rooted in night. And now, we're nearly ready. Sabazine is the final step. I'm the librarian of Hush House, and I have made my determination. So yeah, Moth the oldest, we hatched from the shell, speech is the key, and black is the first flower. Those are my determinations. Those are the decisions I've made. That gives us a full setup for this book of Moth, Rose, 2 Scale, 2 Sky, Heart, Lantern, and Moon. There's one other step that I probably want to take. We'll need a little bit of extra porphyrin for something. The final page is empty, the traveling kinds of the Carapace Cross might never return. Not if we have anything to say about it. When the traveling Carapace kinds passed beyond the wave in the sky, they made arrangements for their return. There are histories where those arrangements might be invoked. The ink of the first history. Consider the star. Hath each star its 7 names. Observe that these names are never shared. Executioner victory. The city unbuilt will rise in noon. We'll bring them back, and when the Carapace kind return, they will return to noon. When the librarian records a history, even the hours take note. Making this decision cannot be reversed. It will begin the end game. It is written. Bring it to Earl Brian's field in the season of Numa, and the hours will bear witness. We'll also just take a moment to read this. I doubt it's anything that'll teach us something that we don't already pretty much understand, but it could always surprise us. Oh, wait, hold on. Where is that heart coming from? Damn, it's the enduring reflection. Well, in that case... A dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This is a recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. Pomander engages in considerable and pedantic discussion about the particular mirror alloys that attract particular danger from particular entities. This is less useful, of course, in an era where most mirrors are silvered glass. The virgins/maidens of the mirror favor orchids. The behindlings favor the rhododendron. Cut flowers of either nature should not be placed before polished bronze. And this is a pattern book. Lift your eyes. That's often good advice, but when we're about this business, it's the best. Lift your eyes and look around. Okay. The horizon sight should have no issues. Path and Pilgrim has no problems. Adding Fett. Can't use Hallowed Anthropoderm. With the proper arts and signs and the proper in costume terminal, a librarian of the house might find a way to attract the direct attention of an hour. The vagabond has no dominion over Numa. No hour does, but she knows it better than most. Perhaps the season will follow her here. The design is complete. To travel via the way of the lower skies, it must be sanctified with the proper seal, by one charged with the delivery of messages of import. By a courier of the lower skies? I guarantee nothing. All right. And now, we wait. We're close. Snecko history coming soon to a reality near you. Hell yes. Here it is. We got it. Hi, Aunt Mopsy. Hold on, I will absolutely give you what you want. Last thing before we do the history. A matter of counterfeit memory, the tricks and stratagems that might have been used in secret by the Hours. You don't need to invite me in, dear. Someone else already has. I don't need what I'm here for, but I do need you to help me find it. If books are the memory that does not die, where then are memories buried? Can't read Kilisimi. That's too bad. Can't read Latin? You can't read Greek either. Bloody can you read? You can read Phrygian and Hyksos, and that's it. Oh, thank God the Black Book of Brittany works. Yes, dear, if we don't know what we've lost when we've buried it, we won't know it until they've buried us. I would think about what I'm ready to bury if I were you. Sleep softly. Brian is another one of those leitmotif names that recur all throughout Brancrud's long histories. This one was Brian of Brittany, who was named Earl of Cornwall by King William after the conquest. In 1068, the sons of the deposed King Harold mount raids on Cornwall, and Brian funds the construction of a fortified gate and the Watchman's Tower, initially in wood, to protect the abbey. In return, the Abbey gives shelter to a yew tree he's brought from Brittany that flowers in diverse colors. This is that tree, hollow now and rotting slowly from within, taking its time to die gracefully. It is not flowered in living memory, and the colors of its flowers cannot now be told, but Brian's brothers were called Alan the Red and Alan the Black. Since the conquest, this has been waiting for you. The irreverent might even call it a yew tree. Here I stand. What will be lost? You've established history. Are you ready to present it before the Earl's yew? I am. Call for my history to be witnessed. Earth, sky, sea, bear witness to my work. You've wrought a history which at least one of the hours will endorse. This is the point of no return. Many of these histories are strange or wild. Unless you're certain you want to end the game, remain here in the peace of the house. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1... I got 2 achievements. Executioner victory. Sanctuary at noon. We'll bring them back. And when the Carapace kind return, they will return to noon. Across the evening sea. The day the cross came, the sky above Port Noon was dark with returning wings, and the sea boiled with their shapes. The residents took a while to come around to it. But Noon has always been a sanctuary before all else, and now, as the Carapace spires of horn and ivory rise above the new city, it's a sanctuary for them, too. You have proven yourself as librarian, convinced the hours to accept a history, changed the world, won the game. This is the memory that does not die. Please accept our congratulations. My achievements were Destiny, I unlocked the Wheel of Fortune card, Newman, back into balance. When the traveling Carapace kinds passed beyond the wave in the sky, they made arrangements for their return. And apology accepted. They had hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions. I know that now. I made, at last, amends. Those are achievements for, specifically, the Wheel of Fortune ending. Any ending that used the back into balance Newman and brought back the Carapace kinds, and specifically one of the Executioner's special endings. Oh, there's like a little collection screen! Oh, that's so cute! I never knew about this. Oh, wait. Whoops. That's a new game. But we're not done yet. Yeah, it's very exciting. Well, might as well do a new run. But we have unfinished business here. So. Right. Here goes. This one should be easier to do real quickly, but that's because we've spent most of the game setting up to this. So this happened a little bit before the librarian made their determination. We're going back in time to show a bit of history that wasn't necessarily recorded properly when it first passed. Peel, Strathcoin, Moor. Fekri. Morgan. Blackwood. Okay. Okay. Perfect. A golden marrow. The game actually knew what I wanted. Okay. We have a stuffed golden marrow. That should be good for Douglas. He'll like that. For the others, Blackwood wants Forge. Morgan wants Sky. Fekri wants Moon and a Sky drink of some sort. Peel wants Moon. Blackwood wants Forge. And Strathcoin wants Scale. The honey-haunted pumpkin soup should appeal to Strathcoin, Peel, and Fekri. We can make a classic grape salad. To give us that grail we need. Or no, did we even need grail? We need Sky. Right. Well, yeah, we can do that. Igolophidus souffle. The Lapsang Souchong should actually be good for both. Morgan and Fekri. Meanwhile, the Dawnline coffee will be for Serena. For Strathmore, we can just pour out a glass of his whiskey. Peel is gonna want the moon. And what are we missing? Thackeray, Morgan, Strathcoin, Peel, Serena, and Douglas, of course. Harvey Haddington, perennially suspicious of the Blomberend kind and their cuckoo honey, nevertheless championed pumpkin soup made with cuckoo honey as Savor's consort. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Then we'll have 4 with the Agalophidus souffle. This works as a side dish. That's a main course. The souffle will be a dessert. So we'll need 2 more things. Far east should be good. And a boiled egg. Oh, right. I forgot. We're gonna make something slightly more special than usual for Dr. Peel. And pour out some of our mist-kissed water. Alrighty. The Curia of the Isle is long gone. Once it helped preserve a little knowledge and a kind of safety here in Brankrug, and establish the position of librarian. Rowena, secretary persistent of the Curia, a complex entity who has long protected Hush House, is both exhausted and compromised. And so it's time for the librarian to return the favor and establish a successor to the Curia. So, you're probably wondering why I've gathered you all here today. This is, after all, a larger concentration of people than we usually have here for a standard salon. I'm here to make a suggestion. The Curia is long gone, but we can create it anew. You're all inspired by something, yes? I've seen it as I've helped you out on all of these things that have happened. You all have good vibes, lol. Yes. I trust each and every one of you. And I think that many of us have goals that align. So, Mr. Fraser Strathcoyne, you will be the treasurer, responsible for the Institute's finances, and initial endowment if possible. You know, in retrospect, looking at it, it's very funny that Daymare is a possibility here, considering we know that Daymare is basically broke. The Secretary Salvant, leader of the Institute's healing and restoration efforts. And a thief. Yeah. I know it's a lot to ask, but Mr. Ehsan Fekri, would you be willing to reprise your role in the original Curia? The Secretary Vigilant would ensure the Institute's safety. And there's no one I would trust more for that job than you, Mr. Moore, detective. The Secretary Enigmatic would conceal or reveal the Institute's secrets. Dr. Peel, I believe this would be your wheelhouse. Just tell him he can grow roses here. Absolutely, we have plenty of room in the gardens. The Secretary Nunciant would communicate and negotiate with other organizations. Dr. Blackwood, you have been member and liaison of many libraries over your life. Would you be willing to act as the Nunciant? And finally, the Secretary Persistent must not only be immortal, but must stand with one foot outside the laws of the Hours, and so she must always be a Lygean. The hardest task I ask of you, Morgan, Mademoiselle Matutine. Rowena is fading. Her influence will be gone as eternity rolls on and on. Would you be willing to act as her replacement? The librarian will record who and where. 6 notables are ready to establish the Lighthouse Institute, the successor to the Curia of the Isle. Let's just make sure we've got this all right. Fraser Strathcoyne, inspired with Sympathy Carapace and no fears or agendas. Mr. Asan Fekri is inspired with the agenda Stone Remembered and a sympathy for the Carapace. Douglas Moore is inspired with an agenda of secrecy and a fear of nowhere. Dr. Peel is inspired with an agenda of revelation and a sympathy for the Carapace. Revelation and secrecy will be deadlocked with each other, but that's fine, because that's not the one we're going for. Dr. Blackwood is inspired with a fear of the Chandler and an agenda for revelation. And Mademoiselle Machutine is inspired with a sympathy for the Carapace and the agenda Stone Remembered. We have the foundation. These are the 6 founders. They are almost ready to inaugurate their institute. The 7th, unacknowledged, is the librarian. To continue, place your journal in a hush-house room with all 6 founders. Place your journal in the lighthouse to summon them quickly. All of them have over 4 minutes to go, which means we should be good. Unless we can do it right now. We've got Agolophatus Souffle. Here we go. One founder argued that Calypto protected us, another that it burdened us intolerably. But our mission? Stone Remembered. The Institute will unearth, preserve, honor, recall something of the gods from stone who came before the hours we know. The Institute has resolved to forge alliances with the Carapace Cross as their return begins. The Institute has resolved that the coming hour called Chandler is the most serious occult threat to mortal kind. Really, it was mostly Serena Blackwood making a very persuasive case. And you know, Douglas is like, Well, personally, I don't like them nowhere hours, but as you say, this Chandler business sounds pretty serious, hmm? My work is complete. I've laid the Institute's foundation, steered the negotiations, overseen the early operations, helped establish its mission of preserving the remnants of the gods from stone. It's up to them now. Peak Curia. Curious neck, if you will. Let's put them in order, hold on. Let me just... There we go. My work is complete. The Four of Pentacles. The Institute in silence unearthed the secrets of the hours that came before. When war came to the Mantis in the wake, they preserved those secrets for an uncertain future. They learnt of their predecessors, the ones who had been called the Obliviates, and their nameless precursors who would serve the same role beneath a redder sun. And so the Institute became another fire-forged link in the wisdom chain that runs into the dawn. Knowledge endures, books are the memory that does not die, and nowhere is this more true than at Hush House, where the librarian still keeps their solitary counsel. You have founded the Lighthouse Institute. Its motto, the waves leave what the world's lost. Oh hey, thanks for the title for the YouTube video. Oh hey, we can interview them. Nice. Morgan, the Secretary Persistent is ultimately responsible for the Institute's continuity. Nice screenshot noise, yeah. Apologies. I had always had a great sympathy with the gods from stone. Yes, I had hoped we might one day feast upon them, but I often feast on those with whom I have sympathy. Is it not so? And I have noticed that the sun some days is redder. I wonder what it would be to share one's blood with the sun. You will recall I made a little friend at the opera, that singer who had the cross nature. Well, she has gone on to distinguish herself, and our friendship has, persisted. Oh, they even reference the things that gave them their inspirations. The Chandler has passed her appointed time, and she has not entered the world. Perhaps that means we have succeeded. Perhaps she was only ever a symbol for the fires that have passed. Or perhaps she is among the uncounted hours now. I will not believe it yet. I will not let us relax our guard. Oh, that's a neat detail as well. They do specifically refer to the Chandler as a she, which basically confirms our thought that it's Sunset Celia. Perhaps I had become too suspicious, too grudging with my skills. I have learnt to be generous again here at the Institute, and in the world. It is not only mortals I heal now. All of us change, don't we? In my Skaptodon days, I feared change as I longed for it, and now I am only glad of it. Many fear and long for the cross change, and I have helped to show them the way. I have made common cause with the presences that remain in the earth and the sea, just as the Institute directed. They have been very useful to my mining interests. We have unearthed unexpected treasures. Now, at last, I can express my inner nature. I have established a joint endeavor with the Returning Cross, their burrowings beneath the earth, my own mining operations. Our cooperation has made the Institute monstrously wealthy, and I confess that it has done my fortune no harm either. The Carapace Cross. They're exiles. They're shiny. Some of them sing. Of course I like them. Douglas is disappointed about the Institute's direction, but he carries out his duties with weary doggedness. Oh no, I'm sorry, Douglas. Douglas can keep his dang roses. Righto. So yeah, that's two histories, and we have put them together. The Wheel of Fortune and the Four of Pentacles. I wonder, the... Ah, there it is. And we've got the new history section. Alrighty. So that's our canonical ending to Book of Hours. The Lighthouse Institute is... Basically, the Carapace Cross have returned, the City Unbuilt is being built at Port Noon, and the Institute will help it all happen. How is Anna doing? Anna is doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. This feels really, really good, I have to say. I mean, in this one play session alone, I've basically gotten 5 different achievements that all have the little glowy border to them that shows that they're very rare. The one that seems that most people haven't done, the absolute highest is that apparently 2.7% of people have unlocked the Wheel of Fortune card in some capacity. But only 1.3% of them have actually finished the game with the Executioner and done one of their special endings. And the absolute rarest one, it seems, is founding the Lighthouse Institute with a mission to honor what's left of the gods from stone. That is 0.5% of players with that achievement. Which, honestly, let me actually calculate that. If we go to the store page, we can see... where's the... God, I've forgotten it. There's a way to see how many people have played a game. It's probably Steam DB. For Book of Hours, it looks like there's a player count. The all-time peak player count is 2,892. Is there a count somewhere of total all-time players? It looks like... It looks like there's arguably about somewhere around 150,000 to 200,000 owners of Book of Hours, which seems approximately reasonable to me. Although I might be reading this wrong. But if we use that number, 200,000, then 1% of that would be 2,000. Then 0.5% of that would be 1,000. And of that, so that would mean that this achievement has been completed by about 1,000 people in total. Which, yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. So, it's been about 4 hours and 20 minutes. We have a bit of time, and it should go faster at this point. Let's load up the end branch and get all of the Executioner's special endings. So, that is going to start off with 2 more instances of the Sky and the Scar. But, let's see. The other 2 possibilities for it are Heart and Winter, it looks like. Let's start with Heart. That would be with Orpiment Exultant. Do we have a heart ink that is 4 or higher? Looks like our only option might be Orpiment Exultant. Horned Axe Oldest. The Horned Axe bears 2 blades, permits passage when passage is to be permitted, waits at the threshold. The Horned Axe, who forbids contradiction, is the oldest hour. Other hours might seem older. They are not older. And once again, we determine the shell origin. And finally, oh, right, I also have to, go ahead and start making that horizon sight for later. And there we go. Back into balance. Orpiment Exultant. Strings and songs. Executioner victory. The gods from stone will be remembered. The traveling carapace kinds will return from the other side of wave and sky, and when the lost hours are remembered, my atonement will be complete. Actually, wait, I don't need to do this, do I? Because this time I didn't actually use the Porphyry I already had, which means that I can kind of just, Or wait, no, I do need to. So you can bring the gods back without their people, and people back without their gods. Neat. Therapist kind do still return. I don't know, actually, if any of these endings involve actually bringing back the gods from stone. Mostly just remembering them, although who knows what remembrance means in this case, considering the gods from stone are definitely still alive. At least most of them are. We know for a fact that the wheel is still here. Actually, I don't need to keep Peel around forever anymore. I didn't need to do it the first time. I was just doing it thematically for the whole Curia thing, but this is a different universe. And now, once again, we just have to wait for the end of the season. All right, I am making a executive decision, which is that I am navigating to the. For the rest of these, I am navigating to the Steam Workshop. And grabbing the mod Steady Daybreak, which, basically, it stops the game from resetting your game speed to the slowest speed every daybreak. I now understand that this is necessary for what we're doing. Oh, what's this one? Oh, that's an interesting concept. There's a mod here called Gradual Fatigue that basically makes it so that higher level soul elements, instead of just being exhausted when you use them for something, they get less and less effective, and over the course of the day, they degrade into smaller versions of themselves, and then are restored at dawn. Basically, it makes it so that it's no longer, like, as much of a bad idea to upgrade all of your soul elements. That's a cool idea. And yeah, here's counterfeit memory. We don't care this time. Instead, the star. The traveling carapace kinds will return from the other side of wave and sky, and when the lost hours are remembered, my atonement will be complete. When the carapace kinds departed into earth and flesh, wave and sky, they carried the memories of lost hours. Now the proper steps have been taken for their return. I know because I hear their thunders. I know because I have begun to long for rain. Hold on just a moment. I need to probably reload the game. And now we have steady daybreak. Got everything? And now for the final one. The third level of Back into Balance is done via winter. Now, to get the determinations for winter, it's white the first flower and speech the wound. Give me a moment while this is running, actually. I'm just going to use the restroom, and I'm gonna keep the clock running, because it's not like we're on that much of a time crunch. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, wait, does that work? Hold on. Apparently, a chronsicord counts. Yeah, it's a typewriter, technically, so that means it does count as an ink. And it does have some winter, so let's see what we can do. Yep, the mod's working just fine. Excellent. Language is a scar. It was language that tore open the Mantis. Without language, we could have had no wars. Without language, we would still be fire, sky, earth. I forgot to read out. The Watchman's Tree is the covenant that forbids knowledge to mortals, but permits it in the covenant houses of the tree, like Bran Cargyle. The white flower of Calyptra, the silence that is given, was its first defense. When forbidden knowledge is known, it must be forgotten, but to be forgotten, it must first be known. This tree is rooted in paradox. And now... Executioner victory, there will be no second dawn. This is the history where the traveling kinds of the Carapace Cross return, and everything changes. What is above, below. What has wings shall thrive, and I'll have made amends. It is written. And there we go. Everything should be ready. And now we just have to sit back and wait. So, I figured while we're doing this, and we don't really have anything else to talk about during these bits, I'll give my general thoughts on Book of Hours as a whole. I've talked about it a lot during this this whole thing, but I really, really, truly love Book of Hours. And just in general, any of Alexis Kennedy's role-playing games in a different way than we usually use the term role-playing games. Book of Hours doesn't have a lot of direct challenge to it. You kind of bring your challenge in how you want to do stuff. But it does have a lot of expression that you can put in it. You can tackle things in a lot of different ways, which is really, really cool. And I think that the systems are very thematically rich and just very strong in general. Oh, here we go. Talk more about it once we're on to the next history. Compromise and adaptation. I unlocked the Temperance card. The Carapace Cross is gone. Into earth, into flesh, and the traveling kinds beyond wave and sky. There are very few now under the earth, and the cross and flesh are in us. Some of us at least. But when the traveling kinds return, their wings will darken the sky. And in this history, they will be safe from any dawn. Frankly, I find this one to be the least satisfying of the Carapace Cross returning ones. It feels like it's still very far off in a way, and it also feels like it's just very vague exactly what's going to happen. In comparison to, I can kind of tell from the other two exactly what's going on. I especially like the one where we build the city unbuilt in noon, with the help of the traveling kinds of the cross. That's a very specific thing that happens, and that's why I picked that one. We have a relocation plan. So yeah, those are the 3 Executioner victories that are linked to bringing back the cross. But there is another possibility. Okay. Let's try to make this even more efficient. Got the Horizon site cooking. So, the other Executioner one would be the Sun's weakness. That's Grail, Lantern, and Moth. So the 3 inks we'll need are Marakat and Uzalt. So only 2 inks, really. As for determinations, obviously Moth Oldest is going to be one. In fact, that's the only one we can do for the Moth Path, so let's just do that. We'll use the Serpent Root. Moth Oldest. The Sun's Weakness, Resurgences and Emergences, Upgraded Tryst, and the Great Ink Uzalt. And that should do it. Executioner Victory, a city forever unbuilt. The sun's light cannot drive out the last friendly shadows. They'll be safe from eternity in a city that will never be built. Right, and once again, we just have to wait. So, yeah. In terms of, can I think of any major problems with Book of Hours? I honestly have to rack my brain really hard to find any, because I really like this game. If anything, it's just that sometimes I wish that the crafting system were a little less generic, you know? Not generic as in other games do it like this, but generic as in you can access a lot of recipes via similar skill concepts. I kind of wish that there were more weird, unique recipes, but I admit that that also might have, if it was actually in, made the crafting system very overly complicated and difficult to handle. This game just might not be your cup of tea, you know. I can really see how that would happen. It's not happening for me. Yeah, I can see why someone might not like this game, but for me, it's exactly the kind of thing I want. And this is all about the actual gameplay itself, and not the thing that we're all here for, which is the occultism. And as usual, Alexis Kennedy knocks it right out of the park. Just excellent work, no notes. And also, I think some of the small annoyances that I had, stuff like you can't use the barber's chair to cut your own hair, or you can get different varieties of marrows but not pumpkins. These have been fixed now that the Steam Workshop's up and running. I honestly think that modding support for this game is going to be incredibly good for it overall, because this community, the Secret Histories community, is one of the coolest fan bases I've ever seen. There's so much stuff that that they do, and it's just a really nice place to be, because due to the nature of the game, everything's very chill all the time. I enjoy my competitive Book of Hours jokes. Yeah, exactly. Like, what the hell are you going to argue about? I mean, you can argue over lore, but frankly, that's, in a lot of cases, in a lot of fandoms, that would be bad. Here, I feel like arguing over the lore is the intended experience. Arguing turns you into an in-game character, yeah. Folly and Mania, I unlocked the Fool card, as well as the achievement Newman, the Sun's Weakness. Immersion, that's what it's called, immersion. Yes. The sun's light cannot drive out the last friendly shadows. They'll be safe from eternity in a city that will never be built. Everything that occurs must dwell in history. Everything that dwells in history will someday be bleached into the light of eternity. But even eternity's light casts shadows, and those shadows mark the boundaries of our paradoxical, penumbral home. Executioner Victory, a City of Shadows. So what we got so far are Sanctuary at Noon, Stone Remembered, The Penance Thunder, Robin in the Snow, and A City of Shadows. For the record, I just want to mention that all of these would make excellent book titles. Every single one of these. Sanctuary at Noon, Stone Remembered, The Penance Thunder, Robin in the Snow, A City of Shadows. I feel like I'm browsing the fantasy section at my local library. All right. Next up, we have Lantern. No, actually, I do want to try something. 3 plus 10, 13, then another 20. We may not even have to make a determination for this one. I want to see if that's possible. No, yeah, despite it mentioning with determinations that these make it possible, turns out if you have high enough skills and an upgraded element, you can just do this. Perhaps the sun's scars and the sun's sins have taught him mercy. Perhaps if the new king brings the dawn, that dawn will be merciful. It is written. Alrighty. And that's one more. Grail will be the last one. Yeah, I admit I'm very tempted to go on to Sunless Sea immediately and just do that for the rest of the stream after we finish these up. But honestly, I think it's probably better overall if we give it a bit and make it next time's thing. I've already shown it off a little bit during the birthday stream. Honestly, I can wait, lol. Yeah, it'll be better for the YouTube thing as well to have, if I have one stream that is both the end of Book of Hours and the beginning of Sunless Sea, it's going to be very weird for, like, playlists and stuff. So it's probably better to have them just be separate videos. And honestly, we knew this might be a short one. The fact that we've managed to stretch this out to 5 hours is already kind of a testament to how much there is to do in this game, even when you're at the very end. Honestly, it's just peak roleplay. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I do try to take role-playing games fairly seriously in that regard. Get some water. Right, here we go. The sun. Oh, that's kind of a creepy image for the stained glass tarot. It was not an easy matter, the healing of the scars of the sun. The king took the greatest into his own flesh, so we see him now only twice each year, at winter and at spring. But sometimes pain teaches mercy. The days are bright as the king's coin, but the nights fizz with song. Little jeweled lives, little hungry plants, tied fruit and coil spawn. All of it will thrive in the secret night. If any part of this is mine, then I have made amends. And one more. So this one will be the final one. Grail. And once again, I think that we can just do it. Because we have an upgraded Arab. Though the question is, do we have... Yes, we do have a 10 Grail in Desires and Dissolutions. So... Once again with Crack Track. We start that up. Once again, we put down the Enduring Reflection and make the Horizon Sight. Grab the Porphyrin. And this time, we'll need Marakat ink as well. Oh, wait. Right, we'll need a different desk. The gods from stone will be consumed. What's done is done. I had thought to make amends for what I had destroyed, but now I choose otherwise. I will erase the last traces of what remained. They will be safe from eternity. I will not. This is my punishment and my penance. That's, I don't like that one. That one sounds like we've completely fucked up. Oh geez, chill, dude. Can I just say, I also love that every single crafting station in the entire game, this is such a small detail, but every single crafting station in the entire game has a sound effect, with many of them being unique. Obviously there's some like the organ, but then you have stuff like a pulse in the chrysalis, or the rasping gasp of the oubliette. Or the horrible, horrible sound that happens when you click on the altar to Saint Tintretto. Heck, even the sound of the librarian pushing the lid off of the Columbic sarcophagus. Just little things like that are very nice. The Nocturnary laughs at you. Here we go. The final and probably worst ending. What's done is done. I had thought to make amends for what I had destroyed, but now I choose otherwise. I will erase the last traces of what remained. They will be safe from eternity. I will not. This is my punishment and my penance. We are they who dream no dreams, singers of a rising day. The poet consul had it, and now I am day's consul. The sun's scars will keep him from the feast, but the hours will pick clean the bones of stone. My crimes will be erased, or consumed. And there we have it. Whew. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 different tarot cards from one victory. But of course, we all know what the real ending was. Wheel of Fortune, 4 of Pentacles. Sanctuary at noon, stone remembered. Well, I think for once we're actually stopping at a fairly reasonable hour. But let's actually see who's online. Ah, Copper with Control. Yep, I think we're just gonna raid into Copper Dinosaur, as usual. It's generally a pretty solid pick. And yeah, that was Book of Hours. For those watching via YouTube, this won't be the end of the series entirely. This will just be the end of this playthrough. I do plan at some point in the future, after I do a couple other games, to return to Book of Hours and to try another playthrough as someone else. I'm thinking... No, I shouldn't decide who to do it with. I should just put in whatever elements of the soul speak to me at the beginning of the story and see where it goes from there. See what I get. So that's what I'm going to do eventually. Next up will be Sunless Sea, and after that, who knows, but I plan to play a few more complex role-playing games, I would call them. Games with a lot of reading. One that I'm definitely looking into is The Elder Scrolls Morrowind, especially with, it seems, new updates to Tamriel Rebuilt coming out at a rapid pace nowadays. And also, there's a couple other small projects that I'm just kind of keeping an eye on because they look very promising. But, yes, for now, the story of the Executioner in Book of Hours is complete. And I think it has a pretty good ending. I don't care what the game says about the ending where you don't create a history being the best ending. Sometimes the status quo isn't the best thing, you know? Anywho, for the time being, let's raid into Copper Dinosaur, and I will see you... Well, I'll see everyone on probably Saturday or Sunday for the board game, but more importantly, next time, on next Wednesday, I'll meet you all in the Untersee. And we're going to be leaving the role of the librarian and donning the mantle of a sea captain. Or a Z captain. Listen, it'll make more sense when we get into it. Alright. Thank you all so much for coming, everyone. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye! And let's raid Copper. Sorry, I said bye-bye a little bit prematurely. Alright, bye everybody, love you all, thank you so much for coming.